Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Okay. Testing on the English side. Okay. And French. Good. Testing English. And French. Okay, great.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Little ring there. Check, check. Sounds canny. Lots of high. Check, check, check. Still sounds. Ew, it sounds horrible. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Not even. Check, 1, 2. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. I bring it down a bit. Check, check, check. I think it'll be all right there. Check, check.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin the meeting in just a moment. If members of council could take their seats. On va commencer la réunion dans une minute.
We'll be starting in a minute.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the special City Council meeting for the 26th of November 2013. If those who are able to could please rise for prayer. Almighty God, let us work together to serve all our people. Dieu Tout-Puissant, aidez-nous à travailler ensemble afin de bien servir nos citoyens. Roll call, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Conseiller Manette.
Present.
Councillor Blois.
Here.
Councillor Harder.
Here.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Present.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Caudry.
Present.
Councillor Taylor.
Present.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor Fleury. Councillor Clark. Councillor Holmes.
Here.
Councillor Hobbs.
Here.
Councillor McCrae.
Here.
Councillor Chernyshenko.
Présent.
Councillor Hume. Councillor Blais. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor DeRoche.
Here.
Councillor Hughley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Here.
Le quorum est 10, Monsieur le Maire.
You have quorum.
Including those originally arising from previous meetings. Communications as printed. No regrets filed to date. Colleagues, given the fact that we're anticipating a significant winter storm, I'm going to ask Kevin Wiley to come forward and brief members of the council and the public on what plans we're taking in anticipation of this first winter storm that's expected to start overnight. Mr. Wiley, please.
Yes, through the Mayor, we're in a very good position for tonight. We've got our complete changeover finished from the summer. Our equipment's ready to go. Night staff's all ready to go. All our contractors are on board. And we'll be ready tonight with a preemptive salting of arterial roads prior to the storm. And then we'll be working through the night with a focus on making sure the roads are clear for tomorrow AM peak. I think that's when we expect the heaviest amount of snow accumulation for all road users. So we'll be in good shape for tomorrow morning.
Great. Thank you very much. And we wish all of your colleagues the very best for this first snowfall. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Blais, please. Seconded by Councillor Hughley.
That the Transportation Committee Report 33 and Planning Committee Report 59 be received and considered, and that the electronic petition submitted by Ecology Ottawa and containing 3,273 signatures be received.
Carried. Committee reports. Transportation Committee Report number 33. Colleagues, welcome to Council's consideration of our master plans, the official plan, the Infrastructure Master Plan, Transportation Master Plan, Pedestrian Plan, and Cycling Plan. These are the plans for building our city. These are Ottawa's blueprints for growth and the most important plans we have as a municipal government. And before we consider these plans as Council, I want to say a few words about how we arrived at this important junction today. Et avant que le Conseil n'étude les plans,
before Council reviews the plan submitted today, I want to describe in a few words the approach we've taken so far to get where we are now.
Which in the past were generally done separately, this year were carried out in a single integrated public outreach project called Building a Livable Ottawa. Our planners, engineers, and support staff worked together with members of Council and the public so that the plans fit together and the public could get information through a single process for sharing information and providing feedback. Nos urbanistes, ingénieurs, et
our planners, engineers, and support staff are working together with the members of Council and the public so that the plans are in agreement with each other and that the public get the information through a unique process.
Residents took time to review our draft plans. Our citizens read material on our website, showed up at our public information sessions, completed online feedback, sent emails, talked to councillors and staff, or attended committee meetings. Earlier this year, our planning staff created proposals for the new official plan and asked for residents to comment on them. Community and business leaders took the time to be on a panel and attended meetings to learn about the proposals and provide important feedback to our planning staff. These residents spent countless hours reviewing and discussing these plans and their ideas to reflect this commitment to building a more livable Ottawa. On the transportation plan, residents used an online tool to give us feedback about what pedestrian, cycling, transit, and road links need to be built. In all, there were more than 10,000 contacts with residents this year through Building a Livable Ottawa. There was also strong council leadership on these reviews. A sponsors group of council members, Councillors Hume, Harder, Yaglai, Moffat, and Thompson, helped guide staff over the last year with various elements of the plans and acted as a valuable sounding board for proposals and changes. Councillor Harder provided valuable feedback for our planners on building better suburban communities and the transportation needs of our growing southern communities. Councillor Yaglai, as chair of the Transportation Committee, and Councillor Deans, as chair of Transit Commission, led a review of our transportation plans, including Stage 2 of our light rail plan.
I know that we have made considerable investments in transportation for the various communities of the city.
And transit projects advanced in this TMP will greatly enhance mobility and support the development of a more vibrant, livable city in the years to come. I look forward to our discussion today and to getting started on the technical work and, most importantly, approaching our funding partners for their support in advancing a Phase 2 of our transit plan. Councillor Hume, as chair of Planning Committee, had a large task shepherding the official plan, which is the umbrella document for all other master plans. Councillor Thompson and Moffat provided leadership in regards to our rural communities. Our planners and our rural residents agree on major points like the importance of focusing growth in our villages. I want to thank these councillors for bringing the rural perspective to City Hall. The Building a Livable Ottawa review and update has delivered a comprehensive set of directions, policies, and affordability priorities that will shape the city for years to come. Based on everything I've heard to date, we're certainly going in the right direction. I'll now ask the Chair of Transportation Committee to make some introductory comments, and then we'll deal with the transportation plan, and then we'll head to Councillor Hume for opening remarks on the official plan. So we'll start with Councillor Yaglai and the transportation plan, and the floor is yours, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to share a few thoughts about the Transportation Master Plan this morning. No pun intended, but it's been quite a journey. And it's a journey in which we have thankfully had the support and input of many people in the city, many groups in the city, along with my council colleagues, the various members of the sponsorship groups, and staff. The TMP as proposed reaches all parts of the city. It contains an unprecedented investment in public transit. It's affordable, it's ambitious, and it's practical. I attended the public information sessions for Building Livable Ottawa, and I was struck by one thing. People did not argue with the fundamental tenets of the plan. The need to make serious investments in transit as the city grows. The need to encourage non-automobile modes of transportation while maintaining a strong road network, and the need to build a transportation system that's within our means. There were naturally some disagreements along the way, but in large part, as I said, people were quite pleased with the plan as presented. People generally agreed with the city's broad strategy of making rail the backbone of Ottawa's transit network, of providing more pedestrian and cycling links, of making sensible investments in roads, bridges, and bus transit lines based on the needs of each part of the city. If there was a concern that I heard in these last few weeks and months, and certainly a Transportation Committee earlier this month, it wasn't that the city was not moving fast enough on some projects. Generally, the community likes the plans; they just would like them to be done faster than we've proposed. The city is building an affordable transportation network that will decrease commute times, increase reliability, and improve connectivity for our urban, suburban, and rural areas in the east, west, and south. We are building upon previous transportation investments to create and improve connections between our growing transit system and our schools, employment centers, community centers, recreation facilities, and existing pathways. The Transportation Master Plan takes a balanced approach, building more transit, including the Stage 2 light rail plan, while increasing cycling and pedestrian trips. At the same time, the plan acknowledges and plans for automobile trips across the city. My thanks to Councillor Deans, chair of our Transit Commission, and her fellow commissioners for providing their input on public transit, which you see reflected in the recommendations before you today. And my thanks goes out, as I said earlier, to my fellow councillors who took the time to carefully review these plans, consult with their communities, ask questions, and advance arguments for adjustments. Their involvement ensured that this planning exercise was rigorous and constructive. Once again, I can't thank enough the hundreds of residents and groups that filed submissions, attended open houses, and presented at committee. I'm speaking of community associations, Ecology Ottawa, FCA, and the list goes on and on and on. Your input is both appreciated and very helpful to the process as we go forward. I look forward to being in a position where we can advance these plans and approach our funding partners with a united voice, calling for important and much-needed funding for our rapid transit plans here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So we have, I'd ask now if members have any other motions on transportation master plan. I have 6 before me, and just to review them, Eglai Chernyshenko Technical Amendment, OCP Network Concepts, Hume Eglai Technical Amendment, Industrial Avenue, Blois Monette, Innis Walkley Hunt Club Extension, Wilkinson, Cadre, Goulburn Forest Road, Eglai Hume Prioritization of Projects Below the Affordability Line with a score of 12, Thompson Moffat School to Pool Pathway south of Mitch Owens. And to remind members, all of the other motions that had staff support have been carried unanimously that are included in the overall committee recommendation that's before us. I'd also ask at this time, if you have motions for the official plan, if you please submit those to the clerk as well. We may end up taking a brief break between the Transportation Master Plan and the official plan to give staff and the clerk's office an opportunity to make sure we have all of the motions in order for official plan. So if anyone else has a motion on Transportation Master Plan, Ottawa Pedestrian Plan, and Ottawa Cycling Update, now is the time to move it forward above and beyond the 6 that I've already read out. Does anyone have one at this time? Otherwise, we will go motion by motion on the amendments. Okay. Okay, so item number 1, Councillor Eglai, seconded by Councillor Chernyshenko. If we could put it on the screen, and if you could introduce your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is simply a technical amendment. Whereas the city has identified pathways for the Greenbelt as described in the Green Space Master Plan, and that some of these pathways were omitted in the Ottawa Cycling Plan and need to be protected. Therefore, be it resolved, all pathways in the 2006 Green Space Master Plan be included in the 2013 Ottawa Cycling Plan Network Concept and appropriate Transportation Master Plan schedules.
Okay, so any debate on that item? Carried? Carried. Thank you, Councillors Eglai and Chernyshenko. Our next motion that we have is Councillor Hume, seconded by Councillor Eglai, a technical amendment on Industrial Avenue. Councillor Hume, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, part of our LRT project and our the development of the lands in and around our Herdman Station require that we identify a corridor for a future link, which is an extension of Industrial Avenue past Riverside Drive. It now stops just short of the rail overpass, so we have to extend that right-of-way and identify it on our plans in order to protect it for the future when that area starts to develop. And it was inadvertently left off of the schedules of the master plan. And in order to get it into the development charge bylaw and other structures, because it is a full cost that we will have to bear at some point in the future, it needs to be identified on those schedules.
Okay, so this is motion by Councillor Hume, seconded by Councillor Eglai on the motion. Carried. Thank you. The next motion is Councillor Blois, seconded by Councillor Monette, regarding Innis Walkley Hunt Club connection. Councillor Blois, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, basically the motion reads as the City Council approved the Innis-Walkley Hunt Club connection be reevaluated on the Transportation Master Plan prioritization scale by recognizing the EA done to date and the connection to developing and cycling capacity, such as a project to be evaluated in two segments, Innis Road to Walkley Road and Walkley Road to Hunt Club Road. I think this reflects actually the way the EA was being done at one point. I think staff took a quick look at it amongst all the other work that they were trying to accomplish over the weekend, and it does change the scoring. It actually lowers the one segment, drops the scoring on the one segment, but I think it increases it somewhat. What's still not clear to me, and I think what it does recognize, is how it deals with how it relieves congestion, and that's where the score goes up. I don't know if this quick reevaluation has figured out yet about the network gaps, because that's very obvious from the maps, but certainly I'm in support of this motion and hope it gets council approval.
And if I'm not mistaken, Councillor, the table chart has been reflected to on the assumption that this motion passes. So we'll come to that one in a couple of motions. So on this motion, carried. Thank you. Next is a motion by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Caudry, on the Goulburn Forest Road. Councillor Wilkinson, I think you should explain what a forest road is, because I asked you that the other day. It was quite an interesting little bit of history.
Well, Forest Road, and there's several in the city, are ones of the early pioneers because the survey done made everything straight lines, and if you've been to Canada, you know Canada's terrain is not straight lines. So the early pioneers would force the road through the woods, following the path of least resistance, if I can put it that way. So this road probably dates back to the 1820s, I would think, in that range, when it was the first pioneers were settling in the area. So it still has the same characteristics as that road, and we've been rebuilding pieces of it, and this is dealing with the part that's left that's still in that state, if I can put it that way. And it's it relates to a subdivision as well. Whereas the Goulburn Forest Road is required for the KNL development and a subdivision which has draft approval, whereas the land requirements to build the Goulburn Forest Road will be conveyed to the City of Ottawa upon the registration of the KNL Development Limited Subdivision, whereas the conditions of draft approval for the KNL subdivision provide that Goulburn Forest Road is to be developed by the City with a 90% contribution from development charges, and whereas traffic studies are required by KNL Development Limit for each of the pending phases of the subdivision to determine the timing for the Goulburn Forest Road. Therefore, be it resolved that the Goulburn Forest Road be included in the next development charge bylaw update following an updated traffic study by KNL Development Limit to determine the timing for the Goulburn Forest Road, and that it be placed into the Transportation Master Plan at the appropriate time. Mr. Chair, this is actually a relocation that's been done with the EA's already done on that, and the existing part through the woods, which is the Trillium Woods, which is being deeded to the city as a natural environment area, will in fact become a trail rather than a road. So it is actually a whole part of the urban development fabric in Canada North.
Right. And all of these 6 motions have staff support for members of council's benefit. So on the motion, carried. Thank you. The next motion is by Councillor Aguilar, seconded by Councillor Hume, with respect to the Transportation Master Plan affordability line list. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, at the Transportation Committee meeting where we considered the TMP, the issue came up around prioritizing those projects with a score of 12, which are currently below the affordability line. And a request was made and direction was given to staff to go off and look at those projects and come back with a priority listing. This motion reflects that work done by staff and recommends that this prioritization schedule be incorporated into the plan.
Okay, and it's on both sides of the sheet. So on the motion as presented, do you want to push your button, Councillor?
This is it not on? Yes. This particular discussion at Transportation had a lot more to it than just this simple put in those who scores of 12. Can we have a list of those who scored 12 so we could see them? I understand March Road and something down the south end.
Staff?
Is this the list?
We do have the list in front of us.
There's one in front of me now, yeah.
Part of the motion, Councillor.
Now,
Mr. Chair, this list actually is not the correct list because it has Blackburn Hamlet as third and it didn't incorporate the Innis Walkley. So the motion that I have in front of me actually is different than this one. So if you could switch that on the screen. And then in there, Mr. Mayor, is all of the projects that then scored 12 with the inclusion of the Hunt Club extension that you just approved.
yes, I thought it was bigger. I just, my concern then would be how would we fund these since there's a 15% unfunded portion?
Mr. Mayor, staff would take this priority list and use that as we go through the update for the development charge bylaw. And so you will recall we had discussion about how much the city can afford. So we would be looking at scenarios and potentially looking at funding additional projects or listing them in the background study in those later years. But we need to do that analysis, and this would just provide us direction to take away as we do that analysis.
The other question is we are dealing from now till 2031. There will be at least 3 more master plan exercises before we get there. Is this urgent?
Mr. Mayor, it is important that staff have this direction in the event that as we do the DC bylaw, there can be additional projects included in the background study. And once they're in the background study, it's my understanding that as council approves projects going forward, they can do substitutions, but they need to be in the background study. So it is very important that we get this direction from council.
And just for clarification, Councillor Clark and others, on Annex D, page 17 of the procedural memo, this is the chart that we're dealing with. Yeah, and I think we have that now. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Moffat, please, on this motion.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple questions based on a motion that I put forward that was approved at Transportation Committee that spoke to the second section of Prince of Wales there between Merivale and Hunt Club. A part of that motion, we bumped another project from the TMP. It has a higher scoring than all of these projects. Where does that project now end up?
So, Mr. Mayor, as outlined in my memo, there was a couple of projects that had ranked 13, and they still rank 13. So they are technically above all of these projects, but not affordable.
So when we look at if we go into 2014 with the DC bylaw and we do find more funding, do we then go to the 13 projects and then down to the 12 based on the IBI report?
Mr. Mayor, that would be our first approach in terms of looking at the priorities. I expect that we will do some iterations depending on the amount of money. Some projects are less than others, and so we will have to do some work, and yes, we would approach it in priority, but at the end of the day, we'll be back to you and to finalize how you want to approach that.
Right. And then with the Prince of Wales project being, I think, a budget of $78 million, a part of the motion again was to ask to value engineer that project to find savings. One of the examples I've been using is that it's a 6-kilometer stretch, and in comparison, West Hunt Club, Old Richmond Road, Hopeside Road is 7.4 kilometers. It's estimated as being $50 million. This smaller portion of Prince of Wales is estimated being $78 million. If we value engineer that and we come back down, that money will be able to spread over these projects as well, and that project won't need to be on this list anymore because we've put it into Phase 3 of the Transportation Master Plan. Did I explain that properly?
So, Mr. Mayor, if we realize savings through value engineering, then of course what that does is it will just be true to the priorities, and we would step down the priority list.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Blais, you're not, I thought I saw your name there. No? Okay. So on the motion is presented, and we're dealing with page 17 of the procedure memo. Carried. The next and final motion I have is Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Moffat, on school to pool pathway south of Mitch Owens Road between River Road and Dozois Road. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to, first of all, Mr. Mayor, thank Zlatko Kritzlich, who has worked quite hard in the last few days to come up with this motion. What we're attempting to do here is, I think most of you know the multi-use pathway that runs from Leitrim to the village of Osgood. And what we're trying to do here is to join up this St. Mark High School with Manotick, which is second to Greeley and one of the most important villages in the city, in the rural areas. But what has happened here is that Zlatko's come up with a feasibility of looking into joining those to, joining St. Mark to Manotick, and also looking to join St. Mark and that area to the multi-use pathway. And we already have a connection from Greeley to the multi-use pathway, thanks to some of the developers there who have worked or are working on connecting. I know we have two developers, Gib Patterson, Dan Anderson, here this morning, and we have met with them in the past, and we're looking at connecting the village of Greeley to the multi-use pathway. This would join the multi-use pathway to St. Mark and on to Manotick, and it would also, there is a connection to the village of Osgood, so this would connect three villages if this comes to fruition. So I just want to thank Zlatko for his quick work on this, and I think it will work, and look forward to, our whole community looks forward to having this developed.
Okay, so on the motion as presented, carried? Carried. Okay, now going back to the main transportation master plan at Transportation Committee report number 33. We'll go number by number on the plan. I'd also, and if people want a recorded vote, please let me know on each item. Councillor Boyce, I'm sorry I didn't hear you.
Different parts?
Yeah. Okay, so item number 1, the Council approved the report and documents related to the TMP Document 7, Ottawa Cycling Plan Document 6, and Ottawa Pedestrian Plan Document 7, including the Transportation Master Plan and Official Plan, show the future alignment of Earl Armstrong Road south of the urban area, with the alignment ultimately being determined by an environmental study, and as follows. And then there are a series of letters that go from A to J. So are there any questions or comments on A to J of item number 1? Carried? Sorry, Councillor Holmes.
I have a question on E.
E.
Which is the multi-use pathway bridge at the Prince of Wales Bridge.
Sorry, Councillor, your question on E is the multi-use structures?
Yes.
All right. And sorry, your question is?
My question to staff is, this is looking at phase 1 and giving the time of phase 1 to be able to find the funding for that multi-use pathway across the Prince of Wales Bridge. Can you tell me whether we have been working with Gatineau and the NCC on this concept?
Mr. Mayor, I did meet with my counterparts in Gatineau and the NCC, and they're very receptive. I also spoke to Public Works and Government Services Canada, and again, they were very keen to see this go ahead. Once Council has approved this, then I would formalize a request to them to start by doing a feasibility study.
Good. And what do we have an idea, an estimate of the numbers that will be using this bridge?
3.
Of the 158,000 people who cross the river to come to work in Ottawa,
Mr. Mayor, I do not have an answer in terms of the numbers. We know it's a very strong desire line, especially when you look at some of the other pathways in the area we've built, like the O-Train, the numbers of users there. It's phenomenal, the growth. So I don't have a number for you, Councillor.
however, you're optimistic about working with those other two levels of government and finding the funding.
Mr. Mayor, they were very keen and very supportive, so I'm very hopeful.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And
just, Councillor, I'll be meeting with the Mayor of Gatineau at some point next month, and this will be one of the items that we put on the agenda. Councillor Blois, please, on Section 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick follow-up question from committee on item G on complete streets policies and guidelines. And we went through a lot of things, so I want to make sure I had the answer clear. Ms. Shepherd, I'd asked at the time about the roads that developers would be rebuilding, arterial roads, and used some examples, that those design guidelines and criteria do apply to those arterials that the developers are revamping at their own expense. I think that's, I just want to confirm that, or do we need a motion to that effect?
Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that, yes, that would apply to roads built by others.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thompson, please, on Section 1.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to speak on C, the Part 1, the second section, that staging for the new Earl Armstrong Road be modified so the construction of a new two-lane road between Bowesville Road and Bank Street be deferred beyond Phase 3. I wanted to, and I'm going to dissent on this section if I could, Mr. Mayor. I understand the rationale for this, but I have to speak up on behalf of the residents of Osgood Ward and perhaps others in the south end of the city. The Earl Armstrong Road is so important to our community, and this moves it a bit further. I don't expect I'll be around this table when Earl Armstrong Road is finally connected to Bank Street, but this is really a critical part of the infrastructure for the south end of the city. And when I'm speaking, Mr. Mayor, I know it's not on here, but Bank Street, the four-laning of Bank Street, those are two of the most critical aspects of infrastructure development for the south end of the city. And this is, I don't know when it is, maybe Ms. Shepherd, is it 240 that this would bump it up to? But I just want to exercise my prerogative to state that I think that we have to get a better way of handling the infrastructure timelines, because Bank Street is at full capacity now. And I don't know when it's going to be four-lane, probably 2018. I just feel that we have to do a better job of looking at the pressure points in our infrastructure, and especially in the rural areas, because the transportation network is, the infrastructure is a transportation network, and Earl Armstrong and Bank Street are two really critical ones, and I think that we have to do a better job of moving those up into a workable time frame.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson on Section 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item F, the Affordable Pedestrian Network. There were a couple of changes made in my area, and I've been searching to make sure they're in the revised plan. I just want to have it confirmed that those changes have been included in the priorities.
Yes, we can confirm those changes have been made to Halton Terrace and Varley as well.
Yeah, and that's in the first 5-year period.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Lon. The rest of it I'll deal with next in 5 years.
Great, thank you. Thank you. So on Section 1, carried. Item number 2, that Council delegate the authority to staff to undertake the following actions to initiate the implementation of the Transportation Master Plan Document 7, Ottawa Cycling Plan Document 6, and Ottawa Pedestrian Plan Document 5, subject to budget approval as follows and as described in the report. And then there are sections A, B, C, and D. On this item, any comments or questions? Councillor Blois.
Just on item C about commencing the work on the environmental assessment for the LRT, the assumption, of course, is that that would begin immediately, because otherwise any delays in that would affect any future construction funding, etc. Since we have an EA done on the other stretch, is that the answer?
That's the intention.
Like it's
yes.
trip split.
With the approval of the budget, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Great. On Section 2, carried. Section 3, that Council approve that should any change in the timing of the transit components need to occur due to a change in the funding and affordability assumptions, staff be directed to bring forward an evaluation of the business case on the light rail transit investment to the appropriate standing committees / commission and council for consideration. Carried. Item 4, that City Council make a formal request to the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario with respect to the potential for cost sharing of the feasibility assessment for a tunnel from the 417 to the Macdonald-Cartier Bridge on the understanding that the City will initiate and lead the feasibility assessment in collaboration with the Ministry. Carried. Dissent by Councillor Hubley. Item number 5, that City Council make a formal request to the Ministry of Transportation to fund a city study on the feasibility of installing a partial interchange, northbound on ramp, southbound off ramp at Barnesdale Road to better accommodate the current and future traffic from the adjoining neighborhoods. Carried. Item number 6, that in accordance with the IBI Rapid Transit and Transit Priority Development Report, page 28, and the City continue to maintain compatibility with the interprovincial transit strategy, working towards achieving its broader goals and pursue improvements to interprovincial transit infrastructure when there is a clear regional and city benefit to doing so, and that where it does not compromise transit service quality, the City continue to work with the Société de Transport de l'Outaouais, STO, and Ville du Gatineau to develop strategies that minimize both the number of buses and number of cars that operate on downtown Ottawa streets. Carried. Item number 7, that the community feedback be considered and incorporated into the density index to arterial Main Street study that is currently part of the 2014-2015 PGM work plan, and that the density index to arterial Main Street study provide input into any renewal opportunities on Maryvale Road through the City City Asset Management Program. Carried. Item number 8, that Council consider the following: that the Blackburn Hamlet Bypass Extension 1 and 2 and the Brian Coburn Boulevard Extension be tied together as one project, subject to the affordability lens and taking into account the 2013 capital program forecast, and that the Innes-Walkley Hunt Club Road connection be evaluated on the TMP prioritization scale by recognizing the EA work completed to date and the connection to development and cycling capacity, as well as evaluating project in 2 segments, Innes Road to Walkley and Walkley to Hunt Club Road. Now, that's since been amended by Councillor Blois's motion, so that replaces that section. So, Councillor Blois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question to staff on 8A, and I want to make sure I'm not cutting off my nose to spite my face here or shooting myself in the other foot. With lots of support from the left, the far left. Ms. Shepherds, I just want to make sure we understand what this would do, because I'm looking back at last year's budget, and I raised this at Transportation the other day. So the Brian Coburn project showed up last year, or in 2013, for $2 million in design work, and showing that for this year, there would have been construction money, and that's been changed in the 2014 budget, where we're showing another $2 million for design work for the identical reason. So the $2 million that was already allocated to this project, has that been spent? Because I've asked for what's been done design-wise, and I haven't been able to see anything, or I haven't received anything.
Councillor, the design's moving forward, but the funds are required. The funds are required for property acquisition, and the design is underway.
So that's the $2 million isn't just a repeat in this year's budget from, or 2014 from 2013.
That's correct, Councillor. The funds are.
My next question is just to be sure, because obviously I was arguing that the sequencing of this project was out of, or the order of the project was out of sequence, but I think the caution I was receiving from you is by bundling them together would in effect delay the whole project and would actually slide it down the priority scale. Is that what I...
That's correct, Councillor. If we wanted to bundle these two projects together, we'd look at slightly delaying the Brian Colbert extension as a Phase 1 project and moving forward the Blackburn Hamlet bypass extension as a Phase 2 project.
Which obviously becomes problematic. And the other question is, the intersection work in this area that gets revamped and postponed, how is that affected by this motion? For instance, there are intersections there in the vicinity that are affected by traffic flows that are directly impacted by traffic flows as a result of this initiative. Do they get delayed, or do they get advanced in any way?
They're coordinated together as one project moving forward, so there wouldn't be any delays in terms of intersection modifications as part of this.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, as much as I would like to bundle this together and move this, hoping to move this forward, the danger, of course, is that it actually pushes the project back and creates a worse situation. So I'm looking to the clerk for some advice here. This came forward from committee, but it may actually have a negative effect or have the contrary effect of what I was trying to do. So is there an opportunity to withdraw this at this point, or?
Mr. Mayor, it had been anticipated that this item might be declared redundant in light of the motion that was carried earlier this morning.
No, they're two different. I'm looking at two different ones. I'm talking about Brian Coburn and the connection, the Innis bypass connection, whereas the other one was the Innis-Walkley connection and Hunt Club connection.
If council fails to take any action on this, Mr. Mayor, then it would not show up as in the final minutes of council because of the wording at the start, which says that council consider the following. If it's not moved by any member of council, then it just falls by the wayside.
So what would you like to do, Councillor?
Well, we've already carried the Innis-Walkley one. Yes. Yeah, so that's off. That's what, and I thought you were referring to that. It's the other one that I think I want to get off the table.
Mr. Mayor, it will fall off the table automatically unless someone moves it.
Okay, so I'm being told it's simply received and there's no consent on that. Thank you.
All right, so Councillor Blais, please.
Sir, I only needed to speak to the motion if Councillor Blows was actually putting 8A forward. I understand he's not, so that's fine.
I think the clerk has recommended that on 8A we simply receive it and no action be taken, and 8B is amended by the Blois motion, so that supersedes that motion. So I think that solves your problem as well. So received on A, and B as amended. Carried. All right, so final wrap-up comments on Transportation Master Plan. Before we go to the affordability, Councillor Deans would like to speak, and anyone else, if you can let me know, please. Councillor Deans, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first I want to start by recognizing the amount of work and time and effort by so many people that went into the development of this comprehensive plan. And I think by and large, this is a very good plan going forward for the city. There's a huge focus on transit. I think that's where the future of our city lies, and we need to focus on that going forward. Interestingly, yesterday I was in Calgary at the Canadian Urban Transit Association conference, and Mayor Nenshi, the Mayor of Calgary, spoke at the at the breakfast, and he pointed out that Calgary alone has a $13 billion infrastructure gap just to deal with their projects. And across the country, we know it's well over $100 billion, and we in Ottawa are very much the same. We have a huge gap between the needs of our community moving forward and the development of our community moving forward and our ability as local taxpayers to fund that. And clearly, this plan is really predicated on the federal and provincial governments coming to the table and being partners for the long term going forward. And I don't know how we're going to really be able to make that point, but that point has to be made in a way that we start getting some help, long-term sustained help that's predictable so that we know how much we can build, because this plan really doesn't work without the federal and provincial governments being at the table. So that will clearly be a huge point going forward. Of course, with any plan of this magnitude, I think it's fair to say that it would be surprising if you agreed with everything in it, and I don't. I don't agree with everything in this plan. For example, I don't agree that Alta Vista Transportation Corridor, the next piece of it with two transit lanes or high occupancy vehicle lanes, should be outside the 30-year window when we're spending, the last estimate I heard on the first leg of the Alta Vista corridor, we're spending $69 million. And we're not going to connect that road for 30 years to make it more functional, to serve a big employment area in the city and to provide transit lanes. To me, that doesn't make sense. And it's a mystery to me how these ratings happened, but I don't agree with them. So I just have to say that for the record. The other part that I'm trepidatious about is the designation of Walkley Road as an arterial main street. I support it because I do believe that the community of Heatherington that I represent is a community that needs some help. And Mr. Moser has convinced me and Ms. Nedden that there are advantages to having an arterial main street designation in that area. But the problem that I see is that our city is very siloed, and we need to knock down some of those silos, because we designate this road, but we don't have any tools in the toolbox to help communities in need. And if we're going to start changing that area of the city and hopefully making it better, we need to support that community going forward. It's not just good enough to put new commercial uses and new density in that area. They're already very dense. What we need is an overall plan. And so planning has to link with housing needs and community needs, and that part of the plan, in my mind, is missing. So I think maybe for the future, as we're looking at it, we need to figure out how we link all of these things together to make them work better and to make them work going forward. We're going through an incredible period of change in the city of Ottawa. The way we plan our city is changing. The way we plan our transportation needs is changing, and we need to change too. And we need to be current in how we make sure that the decisions we make now are in the community's interest. So that's what I'm looking forward to, seeing how this all works out, and certainly from my perspective as a member of Council, working with the city staff to make sure that the decisions that we make today are good decisions when they're actually implemented into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first just wanted to say to the staff how much I appreciate the effort they put in to deal with some of the concerns that were raised in the western part of the city when this plan first came out. The fact that they're looking at the city as a whole, that they are looking at how light rail would connect in future to the areas to the west, and putting in the Bayshore connection is extremely important. The fact that roads that were not identified first but were crucial for some of the things in the community, that we've worked out how we can handle those. They've changed the priorities on the sidewalks. They've done a lot of different things that have improved the plan for the next overall, and particularly some of the more earlier priorities in it, knowing full well that there isn't enough money to do everything that we'd like to have done. And I think that the amount of work put into this, particularly by Colin, is incredible, and I really appreciate the fact that he came out to speak to some of the business leaders in the community to let them be more aware of what the issues are and become, I think that was a really good education for them, and I really do much appreciate that, and I wanted to let staff know I can be critical sometimes, as they very well know, but I also want to tell them when they do a good job and when they've done whatever they can, because I know that everything we want in this for every member of council is not there. And that's the affordability lens, and that we're putting most money into transit, so the amount left for roads and other things is not as great as it has been in the past. But the effort put in to try to make it work everywhere, I think, is commendable, and I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hume.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's often disappointing we have to go over this ground again and again and again, but let me just state for the record that I don't support the phasing for the Alta Vista corridor that's in the current TMP. I think it's wrong. I think it it moves us off of where the TMP was in 2008 and moves us away from the EA. But I recognize that will be reviewed once, twice, maybe 3 more times, Mr. Mayor. So it's and it will change as circumstances within the south area change. But what won't change right now is the need for the work that we are doing in the Alta Vista corridor to support one of, if not, I would say, our preeminent healthcare facility in and around the hospital complex. And I want to give you some statistics because, the work that we're doing is often diminished because, for political reasons. And we really should focus on the facts about what's happening at the health sciences complex and why supporting increased linkages, both transit and road networks, are important. So if you were going there today, this morning for an appointment, well, you probably couldn't get there because the Alta Vista Smythe Road intersection was closed due to an accident and down power lines. So if you get to Chio on Smythe Road. That's the only way you get there now. No other opportunities. So it's a very fragile transportation connection. And I'm going to focus on Chio because there's some really good statistics that I'll give you. Mr. Mayor, 170,000 clinic visits a year. That's 683 visits every working day, every day of the year. Emergency visits, 66,000 emergency visits. That's 264 emergency visits every day, every week, all year. That's just the Ottawa, that's just CHIO. That doesn't include the Rehabilitation Institute. My colleague visited. That doesn't include the Eye Institute. It doesn't include the Ottawa General Hospital and all of their clinic visits. It is a very, very busy place with poor transit access and, I submit, incredibly poor road access. So that's just what exists today. So not only are we planning for what exists today, but we're planning to support the future. The National Defence Medical Centre is moving. It will be conveyed to Canada Lands in the very near future. And our plan for that land is 700 new dwelling units in various shapes and forms, and 1 million square feet. 1 million square feet of hospital, research, commercial, and institutional uses that will be supported by the transit and linkages that our link provides, our hospital link provides. So to say it's wasted, not necessary, not maximized, I think isn't really fair. Because Council has taken some strategic position on this facility that's quite controversial to support a growing and very key employer in our community. So, it's all fine and good to deride what we're doing here, but I don't think it's fair, I don't think it's reasonable, and it cannot go unanswered. And I will continue to push back when people do that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to talk about certain questions which are raised by the committee and which are important in my view. First, the plan which is proposed, and if you look at this first and you say, well, it's a long way away. But what you have to realize also, and what my colleagues are explaining to me, is that you have to have long-term objectives if you want to have progress. There's progress in this plan, particularly as regards sidewalks, cycle paths, and the vision which is presented for public transport. We also have this for urban wards. We have construction to meet the needs, for example, for pedestrians, and I'm very pleased to see that we're moving forward on this, not just through this plan, but also through the budget, which will be approved tomorrow.
In my mind, and need to be landed on at some point, are related to transit. And I did bring forward a motion at Transportation Committee related to that, and it relates to STO and that relationship. It's important to continue to favor transit across both of our cities, but it's inadequate to continue the same road of just having buses line up along our main street, mainly Rideau and Wellington. So I hope that staff take clearly the direction that was approved and that's being carried here in terms of having a serious discussion with STO and forcing them to realize that the Bayview or LeBreton or whatever it might be station is the best one to connect, and that we make all efforts to connect that way, because both systems don't favor from running either crossing or coming back on an empty bus. The other point that I wanted to bring up, and it relates to the previous TMP and the Kettle Island selection, but this one is relating to us, moving ahead and landing on something. And we brought forward a motion, and I want to congratulate and really recognize the committee members for seeing the benefits of this, is really studying the opportunity of doing a tunnel for trucks between the 417 and the bridge. And there was a bit of confusion around going under the river. That's not the case. We're trying to get trucks from the 417 to the McDonald-Cartier Bridge. That's the elements that we're going to study, and hopefully we can find a resolution point and a solution point. Alors, merci, Monsieur le Maire, puis je crois que le plan...
So I think very much. I think the overall plan is very satisfactory to the communities in urban and rural areas. Are there any other comments?
Just very briefly on two aspects with respect to our federal and provincial partners. Let me just compliment the federal government on a couple of items. First, that the FCM and our colleague Tim Tierney represents us at the FCM board, and they're meeting actually today, interestingly enough, to talk about infrastructure, so the timing is very apropos. We asked for a number of years, the federal government bring forward a long-term plan, and they accepted our request. And last year in the budget, Minister Flaherty brought forward a $53.5 billion long-term plan over 10 years. We also asked that the gas tax be indexed to inflation. This was something very important because the gas tax is an important funding source, and if it was flatlined over a period of 7 or 10 years, it would start to lose value. And so the federal government, to their credit, did index the gas tax, which is going to help every municipality, including our affordability plan that we're going to discuss in just a moment. Provincially, again, somewhat interesting that today the provincial government is tabling legislation requiring long-term infrastructure planning for a 10-year cycle. Again, something we'd asked for through AMO, and Councillor Hume sits on the board of AMO for us. And we also asked that the gas tax be permanent at the provincial level, and legislation was proposed and passed along those lines. So we have our work certainly cut out for us in terms of going forward to secure the dollars, but the signals have been very positive to date. And we anticipate, just as we represent our constituents around this table, we expect our federal and provincial members of parliament to work to ensure that Ottawa gets its fair share of funding, because we're seeing literally every single night in the news a challenge with infrastructure. Some of you may have seen the news last night on the Champlain Bridge and the horrific backlogs that are taking place as a result of a hairline fracture that has been discovered on that bridge. We see the gridlock in Toronto. Councillor Dean spoke of the backlog in the city of Calgary. So we're not asking for more than our fair share. We're asking for our fair share. And I think certainly the timing of this plan, and it looks like it could be a unanimous vote around the council table for the TMP, sends a very strong and clear signal to the federal and provincial government that we have our act together, we have a plan that makes sense, that serves the east, west, south of our city, and that is very much affordable based on the Treasurer's report that we're going to deal with in just a moment. Alors, je vais répéter les mots de Madame Wilkins.
So just after repeat what Ms. Wilkins said, I want to thank all the staff of our planning and transport departments,
Nancy Shepherds and John Moser, and all of the people behind them, because we interacted with them, but they had an entire structure behind them that worked very hard, and my sincere thanks to the good work that you've done to get us to this stage. And finally, to comment on what Councillor Eglai said in his opening comments, a sincere thank you to the literally thousands of members of the public that offered their input. I think when you see the changes that have been made from the start of this tabling of document to today, there were changes, and changes were made because councillors heard input and feedback, both positive and negative, from our constituents. So I appreciate all of your efforts. We will note the dissents that were outlined, and we'll now call for yeas and nays on the overall package. Councillor or Deputy Clerk, please.
Councillor Hume. Councillor Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
Absolutely.
Councillor Chernyshenko.
Yes.
Councillor Thompson.
Oui.
Councillor Hobbs.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Holmes.
Yes.
Councillor Blais.
Councillor Blais, yes.
Manette.
Oui.
Councillor Caudry.
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor McCrae.
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Blois.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
Yes, so.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
23 yeas.
Thank you. The next item is item 2, the affordability of the Transportation Master Plan, Ottawa Pedestrian Plan, and Ottawa Cycling Plan. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions ou commentaires sur cette plan? Are there any questions or comments on the affordability plan? And the Treasurer is with us to answer any questions. So we have 3 items. One, that direct the City Manager to take all steps to seek a 1/3 sharing formula with the provincial and federal levels of government for major transit capital projects based on inflated construction year costs of $975 million each to implement the next phase of the rail transit program as contemplated in the Transportation Master Plan. 2, to increase the contribution to capital for growth-related projects in the 2014 budget by $3 million in advance of the overall assessment of affordability of growth-related projects that will be performed as part of the development charge background study in 2014. And 3, direct staff to prepare future capital budgets that respect the affordability limits and priority phasing of the projects identified in the proposed Transportation Master Plan. On the affordability, carried. Item number 3 is the 2013 Infrastructure Master Plan. Committee recommended as amended that Council approve the 2013 Infrastructure Master Plan, Document 1, and direct staff to proceed with implementation as amended by the deletion of where lots less than 0.4 hectare are possible in Section 5.6.2. Are there any questions or comments on the Infrastructure Master Plan? Est-ce qu'il y a des commentaires?
Any questions, comments on the Infrastructure Master Plan?
Plan as amended. Carried. So the clerk's office has recommended we take a 20-minute break. I'd ask members of council, now is the time to present any motions so that we have this 20-minute window of opportunity for the clerk's office to regroup with the official plan roadmap. So please get your motions in. We'll recess for 20 minutes, which brings us to 11:25. Thank you. So council will reconvene in 5 minutes, and just to remind those in the room and listening, there's a Movember bake sale in the Jean Piggott Hall to support Movember, so we'll start in 5 minutes. Okay, we'll begin the council meeting. We'll just ask members of council to take their seat. On va commencer la réunion.
So we'll get started.
Order of consideration document is just being printed, but we'll ask Councillor Hume in just a moment to open with some opening comments. And for members of the public who are listening and viewing us, we're on item number 4 of the special City Council meeting of the 26th of November. It's the 5-year review of the official plan. To date, we have 19 specific motions before us, and what I'll be doing is indicating whether they're staff-initiated, staff-supported, staff do not support, or a procedural motion at each item. And we'll be having a series of votes on a number of these motions as well. I want to thank the City Clerk's office because Deputy City Clerk Leslie Donnelly has been working feverishly behind, here she is, this just in, to put all of the documents together. And they're being printed and will be circulated, Ms. Donnelly, in just a few moments. So while we're waiting for those, I'd ask that you give your attention to Councillor Hume. On va commencer avec un petit discours de Conseiller Hume.
So we'll start with a couple of introductory remarks from Councillor Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to introduce the official plan that is before Council today. And I want to thank both the sponsors who have worked diligently to create a plan that I believe meets the goals of the citizens of Ottawa. And I'd like to thank Planning Committee, who sat through a number of delegations and were diligent in their questions and their directions. And as a result, the motions that we see before us today and the plan itself is very focused on a number of specific issues. But what we have general agreement on as a council and as a community has been what has been under discussion. It's how we are building an affordable and livable city comprised of well-connected and lively neighborhoods with better designed buildings. And it was also clear during the development of this official plan and the discussion committee what we were not discussing. We weren't redrawing the urban boundary or doing a blue sky exercise about the city's future. The updated official plan, which we unveiled to committee on June 25th, earlier this year, does a number of things. It provides greater certainty and clarity for residents and builders about how and where we will develop. And that's not been without controversy, Mr. Mayor. A number of people in the development industry don't think that the certainty that we're bringing is necessarily appropriate. They would like more flexibility. And we have sought very carefully to find that delicate balance between certainty and flexibility that our residents want, that the development community needs, and so that we will have a city that will grow, hopefully with a lot less controversy than it has in the past. I believe, and I think that Planning Committee members of Council will agree, that the certainty and clarity that we're providing in this official plan certainly meets the commitment that we made during the 2012 Planning Summit. The version that you see before you of this official plan encourages development intensification, including high-rises, but in well-defined locations, such as near public transit stations, downtown, at mixed-use centers or employment centers. Le plan officiel de 2013.
The 2013 official plan encourages densification and the building of high-rises also, but at specific locations in the city around public transit stations in the downtown area and also next to centers of employment also.
On the height of buildings, And for the first time ever, building heights are being proposed for each land use designation in the city. That's part of our commitment to greater certainty. Many residents have said the official plan needs to better recognize the diversity and the look and the feel of Ottawa's neighborhoods. As a result, new policies in our plan will require developments to fit the character or planned character of the neighborhood when it comes to height, size, or design. Now, I'm confident, and I think that Planning Committee is confident, that further to the discussions that we've had with many of our community leaders, developers, and planning staff, that we're going to turn a new page on planning and development review to bring greater clarity to these issues, reduce the amount of fractious development fights, and focus planning staff on efforts to bring greater planning certainty to our neighborhoods with practical, clearly focused studies and plans. The updated infrastructure master plan, which supports the OP, charts an affordable path for efficient building, operation, and renewal of municipal water, wastewater, and stormwater services, which protect the environment and support development and growth. Of particular note, Mr. Mayor, is the IMP's direction to protect the health of the Ottawa River. It is a project that is near and dear to my heart and to our federal partners. It has as its centerpiece project the combined sewage storage tunnel, and this project is being shepherded through the development process by my very competent colleague, Councillor McCrae. And when she is able to bring this project to a conclusion, this project will virtually eliminate overflows into the river and further solidify Ottawa's place among the world's leading municipalities when it comes to environmental protection. And now, finally, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say a big thank you to all the residents who took time to come and learn about our plans and to provide comments, to Gary Seeley and his team at the FCA, who provided us with an incredible amount of positive feedback, to Mr. Dufresne and Mr. Sterling and Mr. Kirkpatrick from the, Cal Kirkpatrick that is, from the BOMA and home builder side, who really brought their positions forward. It was a very productive process, and I want to thank them for being involved. So, Mr. Mayor, we have before you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Harder, a motion that incorporates, if I can find it amongst my papers here, the start of the motions, which are the ones that we have culled from our submissions and from council initiatives that have the broad support of staff and the proponents with which brought them forward. So, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Great. Thank you very much. And I want to thank you and Councillor Harder, the Vice Chair of Planning. I know a lot of heavy lifting's gone into this particular review, and it's something that really we want to get right because it serves our community for the next 5 years, but really, in essence, much longer. So what we have before us, just to refresh everyone's memory, we have 19 motions. Motions 1 to 8 on the order of consideration are all the same as the ones that you received, except item 2, which is the omnibus motion by Hume Harder. It's revised. So all of the other from 1 to 8, which we'll go through now, you already have as part of the package that was sent to you yesterday. So the first motion is motion by Councillors Hume, seconded by Councillor Eglai. It's a technical amendment on Industrial Avenue extension, and this is staff initiated. Councillor Hume, please.
This is the companion motion to the TMP motion that we approved just a little earlier in today. Although we put it into the TMP, now we have to put it into Schedule E of the Urban Road Network.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with this technical amendment moved by Councillor Hume, seconded by Councillor Eglai? Carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. The next item is the omnibus motion technical amendments and those motions supported by staff. So this is a staff initiated and staff supported. And Councillor Hume, if you'd like to introduce this for us, please. And I don't know, Deputy Clerk, if we have this one. This is now, it's all been circulated electronically and it's now on the screen. Councillor Hume.
So, Mr. Mayor, what Planning Committee did is when it considered all the pieces of the official plan, any housekeeping amendments that were brought to our attention are comprised of changes that we needed to make are brought forward in the omnibus motion, and that's where you're seeing on recommendation number 1 with the technical amendments. You go to and recommendation 2 where you're dealing with the minor wording changes and punctuation and other corrections. Item number 4, if you see, is a response to recommendations that came from one of the submitters to look at employment and economic opportunities within 400 series highways, and that is for members of committee something that staff have agreed to, because we are going to be looking at employment areas either starting early next year or late this year, early next year, because we have, through this official plan, come to the understanding that although we have a robust supply of employment lands, we have been told, and we continue to be told, that sometimes they're in the right place, they're not in the right place, there's not enough, there's too much. So we need to really find out if we have if our employment lands are in the right place, they're economically feasible, and they're attractive to investors to come in and do that. So we are going to do that work, and this 400 series highways intersection is going to be part of that work. And Mr. Mayor, this is not I don't want to diminish that the work on the employment land study. We did some preliminary work in phase 1 of that work, and we're committed. This is so important that Councillor Harder and I have discussed the matter, and it's not going to take someone from Ottawa just to come in and do it. We need to bring expertise on this that is, the best that we can find in the country to really focus on our employment lands where they should be and where they shouldn't be, because of its importance to the economic prosperity of our community. Recommendation 5 came out of ways to try and help specifically the Beaverbrook community in terms of its identity and cultural heritage. So you're seeing us take some efforts in that regard. That will be a budget ask for the Planning Department in 2015 that I've committed to bringing forward to ensure that comes forward. And Mr. Mayor, I think that's all I have to. The motion doesn't move up any further. I think that's all that I will convey to Council at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillors Hume and Harder. Councillor Moffat on this motion, please.
So just looking at this just came to my attention yesterday, unfortunately, but it's section 3.7.2, general rural area. There's an amendment to the section concerning country lot subdivisions. It's this council's direction right now to put an outright ban on country lot subdivisions. As a member of the sponsors group, I have supported that based on the rationale provided by staff that we have 2,900 lots that are approved or in the process of being approved. Now, something's changed that just yesterday in that we've added an exception in that some new applications will be permitted based on an appeal. I just wanted to know if I just wanted to ask Mr. Mark, if you could explain that to Council.
Mr. Mayor, as members of Council may recall, in OPA 76, there was a moratorium put on country lot development that was appealed by a developer, Kavanaugh, to the Ontario Municipal Board. The city was successful before the board, but Kavanaugh sought and received leave to appeal to Divisional Court, with the appeal now pending. So they've been able to convince at least one judge that they have some merit to their challenge of the moratorium on country lot development. The city met with Kavanaugh with a view to seeing if this could be resolved, both the existing appeal to Divisional Court and moving forward whether we could ensure that we would not get any other challenges from Kavanaugh with respect to the end of permissions for country lot subdivisions. Through those discussions, we arrived at an understanding which staff have submitted to Council by which there would be 2 last subdivisions that they could make application for. It would still have to go through the policy analysis that any country lot subdivision would have ever gone through. And it seems to staff that this is first of all, it ends the last appeal to OPA 76. It removes the prospect of a developer with the significant resources to challenge the ban on country lot development, and therefore staff thought that this that this is a reasonable approach to resolve that appeal, Mr. Mayor.
So I know that back in 2009, when the moratorium was put forward, it was a 5-year moratorium. It was in that time we were supposed to study, the feasibility of clustering country law estates, which I think is actually a good idea. I feel a lot of developers may not have appealed under the understanding that we'd come back, that it was just a 5-year moratorium, that we'd come back to them. The fact that this one appeal has resulted in the approval of what accounts to be nearly 200 lots, I just don't foresee how another developer doesn't come forward and expect the same should they appeal this OP.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we didn't receive any other appeals last time other than Kavanaugh, and in addition, no other developer showed up and sought party status on their appeal of the moratorium. So while it's always possible that someone else might appeal it, it is only one developer to date in the past 5 years that has shown that it's willing to commit the resources to mounting an appeal in front of the Ontario Municipal Board.
But when creating this settlement, did we not look at the potential precedent for another developer seeking the same resolution? I mean, we already have 2,900 lots. This puts us up to 3,100 lots. What stops someone from coming forward and suggesting in another area that they'd like the same situation?
Mr. Mayor, there's these 2 particular parcels near a quarry, and I would look to my friends in planning to explain why that perhaps distinguishes them a little bit from other locations. But I would think that in front of the Ontario Municipal Board, the fact that this has been, if we get there, the fact that this has been dealt with as a final resolution to the question of country lot development, I think will have some merit in front of the board.
I just find it hard. I was supportive of this aspect. I find it hard to see that there's just an exception to it based on one appeal. It just makes me think that our position on country estate lots subdivisions lacks merit. As I'm going to move on from that right now, I just wanted to another aspect of the omnibus motion 3.7.4, the mineral aggregate resources, putting forward a stakeholder group in within 5 years' time, leading into the next OP, is fine. I have no issues with that. Making sure that the community is a part of that as well, of course, is important. But is the suggestion to do an entire duplicate review of what we've just done in the last year?
Mr. Mayor, through you, no, it's not intended to go back to first principles on that particular study. The intention of this is to create a stakeholder group now to further discuss in advance of the next review on this particular area to discuss the mapping in general. We've already determined that we have enough land mapped for this current OP review with 60 years for sand and gravel and over 100 years for bedrock.
And there isn't really a requirement, but generally the idea would be 3 planning horizons, correct?
That is correct.
Which is 60 years?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for Ms. Snedden. We had some dialogue this morning back and forth about some property on Colonnade and the discussion of redesignation from employment land to enterprise area. And Councillor Hume, or Chair Hume, in his remarks about this motion referenced the employment land study. And I just want to confirm for the record that those lands that we spoke about they'll be encompassed within that report, and that issue will be looked at in that review as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, Councillor, we would be looking at those lands as well as part of that comprehensive employment land study.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mark, in the appeal and going to court, have we been to court on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the Kavanaugh received leave to appeal to divisional court. It's a 2-step process. First, you have to convince the court.
Have we been to the second step?
No, I think that's in January. I'm not certain, though, Mr. Mayor.
But we're not giving up on it.
Well, if if council adopts the official plan amendment with these 2 parcels in it, Kavanaugh will withdraw their appeal.
Well, you know, I hear the planning people tell me that there's 2,900 lots available, and we don't know what the take-up is annually, but I know that's at least 5 years' supply. Why would we want to increase the supply? It doesn't make any sense to me. To get rid of the appeal, yeah, well, I put a Band-Aid on it. I think that we seem to lose sight of that this is a 5-year review of the official plan. And it comes up again in 5 years. It's automatically under provincial law. And the reality is we don't need to do anything at all, appeal or not appeal. And we certainly don't need to approve it even if it gets appealed. Similarly, land in the villages. We have more than sufficient excess supply of village lots for the next 5-year period. Yet people keep saying, well, let's add this in and add that in. Well, the reality is that somebody's looked at the numbers, somebody's made a professional judgment that we did not need to expand villages, that we did not need to expand the supply of estate lots. And the other issue is that if you put enough estate lots in there, sooner or later somebody's going to want us to service them. And that's something it's not, because you could do it under local improvement, I suppose. But I guess in general, I would like to accept staff's original judgment on these things. And accordingly, it made sense to me when it was presented, and it makes sense to me now. So why would we want to alter that just because we think one judge said, yeah, let's let them go forward? Doesn't mean we're going to lose, and if we lost, then we better redo our thinking and just throw the whole thing open.
Great, thank you. So just one other point, Councillor Hume, there's also Section 6 of the report as well, that the General Manager of Planning and Growth Management, in consultation with Legal Service, would be directed to make any necessary adjustments to the TMP and the IMP, including any associated supporting documents and schedules, to reflect the decisions of City Council and to align with the official plan. So that's the 6th aspect of that. So, Councillor Clark, you just finished speaking. Okay, but we're on this topic now, so we'll get to this one. We're on item number 2, which is the omnibus motion.
District
No, the omnibus motion, technical.
Somebody's got one in front of me here.
Okay. So we've got before us item number 2, which is moved by Councillor Hume, seconded by Councillor Harder. On the motion, carried. All right. Dissent by Councillor Moffat on one particular aspect, Councillor, or the whole?
I just want to dissent from that to the amendment to section 3.7.2.
Okay. And Councillor Clark on the same subsection?
I'm on the one that's on the screen.
Yes,
I don't know where it fits in.
It's on the estate lot issue.
No, this is not a state lot. It's Heritage Beaverbrook Heritage Conservation District study.
All right, so you'll...
It's here? Okay.
Yeah.
Well...
So are you dissenting on that one?
No, I really have a question. This looks like a Cadillac study, $200,000 when I've been given to understand you can do them for $40,000. So I really want to know whose brother-in-law is doing the study.
Well, Councillor Clark, please withdraw that. You're impugning staff. Okay, thank you. So that is carried. We're on next. Sorry, Councillor Thompson. Sorry, we can't hear you, Councillor.
Okay, you can now, as they turn my mic on. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to exercise my dissent as Councillor Moffat did.
Okay, Councillor Blais, same dissent? Okay, thank you. All right, the next item is item number 3, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Blais. This is not supported by staff, and we'll ask Councillor Thompson to introduce his motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is something that I have, and I was part of the stakeholders group under the able chairmanship of Councillor Hume. And this is one thing that I brought up. There are a number of parcels in rural areas where there is a minimum requirement. If you're going to sever, if you want to sever off a parcel, you have to have a remnant of 10 hectares. And so my motion would be amended to allow the retained parcel to be 8 hectares, so which basically, in my terminology and my age, you're reducing it from 25 to 20 acres remnant parcels. So I think, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues, that in previous histories there were a number of parcels that were allowed of 25 acres, and those now, and you can blame past politicians, but those have become a redundant policy, I believe. And so I think, and in speaking with my colleagues, I think that this would be a reasonable change to this document, and it certainly would clear up a lot of concerns that have been raised in the rural areas by landowners who have those parcels. For example, if you have, and there is one case where someone has 24 acres, he can't get a severance, or someone who has 25.6 acres and he can't get a severance because he doesn't have enough remnant parcels. So I just think, Mr. Mayor and members of committee, that this would resolve a lot of issues, and I just ask your support for this motion.
Okay, so we'll ask staff. Staff position is they're not supporting this. Can you explain why, please?
Mr. Mayor, staff do not support this recommendation, this motion. What we would end up seeing is a lot of scattered development with this motion. We would see this happening in other locations. If we're looking at this particular situation, it's very precedent setting. Staff has undertaken a review of the appropriate size of parcels for severances, and this is all part of our development of our rural development strategy, and this starts to chip away at that policy and becomes quite precedent setting.
Okay, so yeas and nays on this motion, please.
Hume? Conseiller Fleury?
No.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
No.
Councillor Chernushenko?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Hobbs?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
No.
Councillor Holmes?
No.
Conseiller Blais?
Oui.
Conseiller Manette?
Oui.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Conseiller DeRoche?
No.
Councillor Tierney? Councillor McCrae?
No.
Councillor Alshantiri?
No.
Councillor Blois?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Clark?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Mayor Watson?
No.
8 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, so that's defeated. The next item is also by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Blais with respect to 6430 Snake Island Road. Staff does not support this as well. I believe it's the same principle. So Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, it is the same, basically same philosophy. This particular case, and this is where I started from during the debate and discussion, stakeholders, I had asked staff to look at how many more lots would be brought into being if we reduced it, remnant parcels from 25 to 20 acres. And this would increase the number of lots that are available. I think maybe less than the ones that we've just allowed in for country state subdivisions in our past motion. But this is, so during that debate, I brought forward a proposal because there is one significant location that has 10.1 hectares, and he is just under the requirement to have a 25-acre remnant. So I had staff prepare this motion, and while I was hoping that my previous one would pass, this would I guess, circumvent the concerns that staff had that you are randomly increasing the number of lots helter-skelter across the rural area. So this is one specific location, aptly located on Snake Island Road in Osgood Ward, just off of Stagecoach Road. And so I would, it's just west of Pig Alley, so I would ask my colleagues to support this. I think, in fairness, I understand the reluctance to support my previous motion, but in this one, if you were concerned about the comments that were made by staff, in this one, any concerns that they have would not come to fruition. So, Mr. Mayor, I will leave that and ask for your support.
Okay, so just before we get to the next speaker, we'll ask, Councillor Moffat, if you wanted to, do you have questions on this, or, okay.
Just a question. I'm just curious what other municipalities might do on this. Like, this is a one-off, and I think we all have these situations in the rural area where some people come forward and they can't get a severance because of the policy. Has there ever been a policy in other municipalities where they look at them on a case-by-case basis to satisfy the merits of that one, because there are requests for severances where, you know, the land is scrub land, you're not really removing agricultural land, and it's, you know, maybe it's on an artery where we're already servicing that road, so it's not creating a negative, but it's just adding it's adding a positive generally. I'm just curious if there's any policy out there that speaks to that.
Okay. A lot of municipalities don't have any restrictions other than possibly the number of severances. If you go back prior to amalgamation, there are a number of different approaches to severance policies in the former municipalities. Cumberland had a policy very similar to the one we have now, where there is a lot size requirement for the retained parcel. Osgood Township had a requirement for a minimum of 25-acre lot size. Canada had a requirement for a 10-hectare or 25-acre retained parcel size. Goulburn Township, if I recall, didn't. It just had a policy in terms of the number of severances that were allowed. So it does vary from municipality to municipality. One of the things that we did in 2003 was to try and consider ways that we could still retain a right for people to have a severance, but to ensure that the overall pattern of development in the rural area retained a rural character, and that's why we required the 10-hectare, 25-acre retained parcel. So you don't get strip development with lots being severed one after the other along township roads or city roads. In some cases, that gave former landowners or landowners rights to a severance that they didn't have before. In other cases, it denied people the right for further severances. So, I mean, it's very difficult to get a single policy that is equitable to everybody. But this one was certainly one that we considered gave us a growth pattern in the rural area that protected the rural character of Ottawa.
So, like we have a policy about it. I think it's settlements, severances in the historical settlement area. I know there's four points to reach that. Like, is it possible to do that on a larger scale?
It's certainly possible. It's a similar issue to the clustering of country lot subdivisions. Is, do we want to start creating small clusters, hamlets of development in the rural area? The infill policy is designed to respect the ones that are already there, where there's already a dense pattern of development, and it was intended to maintain those but not to expand them. So it gets back to the basis of what is your rural growth strategy. Do you want to continue to develop dense clusters of development in the rural area? The approach that we are suggesting should be the focus of the city is to focus that growth in the villages, not scattered throughout the rural area.
Would it be possible just to ask staff to take direction to maybe report back to Agricultural Affairs Committee to see if it is possible to alter that policy to include more? I mean, in all honesty, you're probably going to come back and say no, but if you could just look at it further.
One of the things that we are doing through this official plan review is actually recommending that 2 lots be allowed by severance. So we are, through this official plan review, allowing a lot more severance activity in the rural area, some way to compensate for the country lot subdivisions. I would be reluctant to recommend that to Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee, but if directed to do so, we can certainly come back and report back to that committee.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so maybe staff can give us their position why they do not support this specific issue.
Mr. Mayor, through you, a similar response to the previous motion. Certainly, we get into scattered development, as Mr. Finley has described. We've developed a rural development strategy for the rural communities, and we believe that in this particular case, as was the previous motion, once again we're contradicting how we want to intensify the villages.
Okay. Is it the will of council to record the same vote? Agreed? Agreed? Sorry, Councillor Thompson?
Recorded vote on this.
Okay, so yeas and nays.
Councillor Hume.
No.
Councillor Fleury.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko.
No.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
Councillor Hobbs.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Holmes. Councillor Blais.
Yes.
Councillor Manette.
Oui.
Councillor Caudry.
No.
Councillor Darash.
No.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor McCrae.
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Blois.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor Wilkinson.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
No.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
No.
9 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay, that was defeated. Next is Councillor Moffat, seconded by Councillor Blais. I believe this is a similar issue on 3109 Ashton Station Road. Councillor Moffat, and staff do not support this.
I apologize for putting you through this pain, but this is just, it's slightly different. We have a thing.
It's a different address.
Yeah, it's a different address. We have a thing that it's all right. I have the floor. Come on. So we have a thing called natural severances. This is not one of those, but it's as close as you're going to get. Because a natural severance would mean that the separation in the property is a navigable waterway. This is it's a provincially significant wetland, and there's two large ponds, and there's a drainage ditch through the property that separates these two portions. So I'm just going to read it out. Whereas Official Plan Policy 9B, Section 3.7.2 permits the severance of a new residential lots in the rural area, provided that the retained land has a minimum area of 10 hectares, and whereas the property located at 3109 Ashton Station Road has an area of 8.1 hectares, and whereas two portions of this property are separated by provincially significant wetland, therefore be resolved that a new lot be created from the property at 3109 Ashton Station Road with an area of 1.2 hectares, with the retaining parcel being 6.9 hectares.
Okay, Councillor Harder on this motion.
I just have a question because, while it was quite comical to listen to you try to describe it, so basically what you're saying is that you want to create a lot out of the land that isn't wetland that is separated from the land that also isn't wetland that actually is a lot now. Yes or
well,
no?
you have the floor. It's not question period, so.
Oh, that's my question, though. I need an answer.
All right. Is that your question to staff or to the mover of the motion?
Well, he's nodding, so I have my answer. The answer is yes.
Okay.
I don't know if staff are going to give the same answer.
Well,
so.
no, but we're going to ask staff now for their comment because they do not support this. So, staff rationale for not supporting this?
Mr. Mayor, we do not support, although compelling with some of the other maybe changes in the motion itself. However, those really from a planning perspective are irrelevant, and our position would still be the same in terms of the rationale for why we do not support this severance.
Okay, so would there be support for the same vote as the last vote? Agreed? Agreed, okay. So that is defeated. Next is Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Moffat. This is a slightly different issue, so Councillor Thompson, if you can explain it, and staff do not support this.
I'm surprised. Anyway, thank you, Your Worship, and it is slightly different. There is a commercial development at the corner of Bank Street and Mitch Owens Road in Osgood Ward, and it's just been approved. The zoning has been approved for that area, and there is municipal water just across Bank Street. And I know every time that I mention hooking up to a municipal system in the rural areas, it promotes another gray hair in Councillor Hume's head. But this is a commercial development. I know the concern about hooking up to municipal systems outside your boundary is that it's going to engage housing developments, etc. And so this is a specific request that has come forward to allow, under the site plan approval process, the possibility of hooking up to a municipal water system that is right across the road from this development. I think what it does here, it enhances a commercial development in the village of Greeley. As a matter of fact, it's within the village boundaries, and certainly would be an asset, and it would be designed and assessed as a condition to site plan approval. I understand from the get-go that staff would not support this, and I appreciate their position. But I think there are sometimes, Mr. Mayor, that we as councillors can take a look at specific requests, albeit without the support of staff, and make a decision that is going to be a benefit to this property and to the city, to the rural areas, the village of Greeley, and the city as a whole. So with that, I would just ask your support on this motion that I put forward and has been supported by my colleague, Councillor Moffat.
Okay, thank you. Staff position on this, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff does not support this motion. Primarily, it needs to be demonstrated that there's a public health or an environmental problem in order for us to consider, and that this has not been demonstrated. Further to this, the proponent is required to be able to demonstrate that they have a suitable private well supply, that they need to demonstrate that that's unavailable, and they haven't done that either. So clearly we see this as quite precedent setting. Also, as part of our policy, we like to see full servicing if we're going to service, and that's water and wastewater. It's part of our policy. So in this particular case, this really is a one-off situation, and we do not support it. It doesn't meet the criteria that we have in terms of when council should be considering tapping into the city's water supply.
So just to be clear, when this proponent or this individual or company came forward, they brought forward their plan based on no city services. Is that correct? And they told us that they would be servicing their own water and sewer needs.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that's an important factor. Okay, Councillor Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've just made the point that I wanted to make, that we just considered the zoning. It's brand new. In July, I think, we approved it. It was on the basis of private services with which we granted the zoning. They did all of the work to demonstrate that private services were viable and available, and there were no real water issues. If there were, we'd have dealt with them. So, Mr. Mayor, I think it's clear this development can be adequately serviced by well and septic, which is our policy in the rural area, and we should adhere to that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Notwithstanding that this is the policy, it is certainly not precedent-setting. This council has approved an expansion of the service area to a rural lot at the corner of Innes Road and Trim Road about a year and a half ago to service lands owned by Broccolini. We also approved that exception to service our service yard, which is adjacent to that land, and we approved a road cut through a brand new road to do that, which violates another one of our policies. So certainly this would not be precedent setting. If the builder believes that he needs water to properly establish this commercial site, and since we are trying to encourage more business in the rural area, I would encourage everyone on council to support this, as council has supported these kinds of exceptions in the past through this term of council. Thank you.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question to staff, we are our staff to review the policy of employment area. Like I'm thinking about Carp Road employment area, where we're looking to have a study at least for the water and sewer in that area. Will that be included in that study, that specific mall, whatever it is, the commercial we're talking about here? Like staff from infrastructure, they have indicated to us they're going to bring a study about surface on employment area in a rural area like Carp Road, perhaps. So when you are doing that study, will that include property like this or not? I don't know if somebody here from.
Mr. Mayor, no, that would not include that property.
Not this one.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Aglai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like staff to comment on the examples that Councillor Blais just set out, and why in those cases an exemption was granted, but in this case, what's different so an exemption can't be granted or is not supported.
Your Worship, yes, there have been extensions of the what's called the public service area in terms of how we extend water, other services. There have been a number of exceptions, as the councillor had spoke to. My recollection is that there was no other alternative than doing that in terms of the analysis of why would we extend the public service area. So we look at them on the individual merits, and in those cases, I believe staff did support that. And in this case, we feel there isn't, as Ms. Sneddon said, there isn't a compelling reason for us to extend the public service area at this time.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up to Ms. Sneddon. If I understand what you said, you would also have to, if they would go ahead and do this, we would also have to hook up sanitary as well, right? You can't have one without the other?
Your Worship, I mean, that's our preference in terms of a policy. We tend not to, when we service, we go to full service, not just, with respect to half service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so yeas and nays on this one, please.
Councillor Hume? Councillor Fleury?
No.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Aglai?
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Hobbs?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
No.
Councillor Holmes?
No.
Councillor Blais?
Oui.
Councillor Manette?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Councillor DeRoche?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor McCrae?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Clark?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Mayor Watson?
No.
7 yeas, 17 nays.
Just for the benefit of Councillor Thompson, we are coming up to a motion that staff does support in a few of these, so don't give up. Okay, next, Councillor Blais, seconded by Councillor Thompson. A country lot development, this time in Cumberland. Staff do not support. Councillor Blais, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If the clerks wouldn't mind putting the map on the screen, I think the map is an important element of my discussion point here.
There we go, and I think we have copies of it as well.
There you go. So the old township of Cumberland allowed country lot estate developments only in the dark gray areas surrounding the entirety of Cumberland Village. As you can see, most of those areas are already developed. You can see the road network and the road fabric through those lands. This motion is intended to simply allow for those people who had by right the ability to develop country lot estates to return to that, and it really fills out those country lot estate developments. I understand the danger in country lot estates is unplanned. This was very much planned. It was planned so that Cumberland Village would be the center of the activity for these residents. The residents that exist and live in these current developments very much see themselves as participating in village life and being part of Cumberland Village. And we're really talking about concessions 21 to 22 on the left-hand side of your screen. The concessions on the right-hand side of the screen, those developments are already underway, Dr. Tate and Dr. Pereira largely. And we're talking about a small piece between concessions 13 and 15. I would guess that this is no greater than 50 lots, if that. So I would hope that everyone can support this so that these landowners who are predominantly individuals who invested in these lands as a source of retirement income can build on these lands and retire with some comfort, and we can fill out the ring as Cumberland Township had envisioned for country lot estates around the village of Cumberland. Thank you.
Okay, so staff position, please.
Mr. Mayor, staff does not support this motion. We have well over 20 years worth of land supply in this, for country lots. We don't need to add any more additional opportunities for country lots, specifically in the Cumberland area. We have 15 years worth of supply in this area. So in terms of our perspective on this, there really is no need for us to be examining this at this time. We have ample supply.
Okay, so yeas and nays on this, please.
Councillor Hume?
No.
Conseiller Fleury?
Non, c'est répétitif.
No, it's repetitive.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Hobbs?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Holmes?
No.
Councillor Blais?
Yes.
Conseiller Manette?
Yes.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Conseiller Darache?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor McCrae?
No.
Councillor Ashantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Boas?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
No.
Councillor Shirelli? Councillor Clark?
No.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
No.
11 yeas, 12 nays.
Sorry, the vote was? Okay, so that was defeated. Next is a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Blais. Has a familiar ring to it. Councillor Thompson, this is addition of lands to Greeley.
Yes, and if you might indulge me, Your Worship, I'm just having a beautiful map passed out to members of council.
Yeas and nays on whether the map's beautiful.
I was just curious, Mr. Mayor, if this is the one that you said that staff supported.
No.
You said
No, it's the next one, Councillor.
Anyway.
We're coming to it.
Okay.
There's hope.
Okay, there's hope at the end of the tunnel. I think it's a train coming towards me. Anyway, thank you, Your Worship, and members of the committee. This is the map in front of you on the screen, and you have a copy. The village of Greeley, and I don't have a map that shows you the rural villages throughout Ottawa, but in most cases, the villages are, in a sense, what I call squared off. And Greeley historically has, and I'm not sure why the Township Council allowed this, the former Township Council, but Greeley for a number of years has had significant portions of the village not within its boundaries. We used to refer lovingly to as a hole in the donut. There was a section in the middle of the village that was not in the village, and we brought that in. But if you take a look at the map, I'm going to talk about the hatched area at the bottom left-hand corner, but at the top, the middle of the top, you'll see the village boundary, a bit of a zigzag, and there is a trailer park, a mobile home park, and a seniors village there, and that is not inside the village boundaries for whatever reason. It should be. It would be a natural extension to bring it over to Stagecoach Road to square it off. But the bottom left-hand corner, there are two sections, and I've split it into two sections. There's a hatch marked down basically 1/3 of that, and to the right of that is a country estate subdivision, Lakeland Estates. It is outside the village boundaries. But my motion would include that country estate subdivision, and then left of those of the division in the hatched area, you have another 200 acres that is owned by three different property owners. And I know that there is concern, I think, in the past about expanding boundaries, and we had our discussions about the urban boundaries, and maybe it scared us a bit. But this is, there is a policy that will allow rounding off of boundaries. Greeley is one of the three major villages that the city staff have designated as growth areas. There is Greeley, Manotick, and Richmond. So there is a value to that. It's going to be included. It certainly would round off the village boundaries. Make it. I think everyone would agree that it's nice to have boundaries, whether it's in your own life or in. Okay, thank you. So this is supported by the Greeley Community Association, the Greeley Business Association residents. We have, for the village of Greeley, we have a $2 million park project coming within the next year, and we have hopefully plans for a private arena in Greeley. So the growth potential is there, and I would just ask your support to include this section, to extend the village boundaries, to include this within the future boundaries of the village of Greeley.
Okay, so staff comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff does not support this rounding out or expansion. Currently, we do not have any policies in the official plan for rounding off. That's not part of our policy document. Currently, we have 16 years worth of opportunity. We have over close to 1,400 units of potential build in this community. So the official plan, just for everyone's information, requires that we have a 10-year supply. So with well over 16 years worth of supply, at this time, staff really doesn't believe that it's required to expand at this time.
Okay, yeas and nays, please.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor,
sorry, didn't see you line. Councillor Shalshintieri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to our staff, I hear it, I think, more than 4 times today. I count them here. We keep saying we have so many supply. And when you talk about those so many supply, are you talking about the one that doesn't meet the water guideline, the one is close to a rail track, the one you cannot develop, the one is a wetland, the one is adjacent to school, the one adjacent to a landfill, the one... I mean, we keep saying those arbitrarily, but really, reality is we need to be more cautious when we use those numbers, because that is not true. That is not the true picture, whether inside the villages or in the country state lot. I'm not just taking issue with this here. I'm just saying when we talk about we have so many building lots inside the villages or in the country state lot, please, we have to be accurate with the number. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Moffat.
Just a quick question on this. As of right now, the recommendation is to expand no village boundaries in the City of Ottawa, which means, to my knowledge, a boundary cannot be appealed to the OMB. Now, if we expand one village boundary of a village in the City of Ottawa, is every other village, 25 of them, now open for appeal in terms of their boundary expansion?
Mr. Mayor, as a technical matter, I would have to respond yes, but the question is going to be, to what extent have people made submissions with respect to those boundaries through the process? If in the lead up to 2009, there were extensive comments by parties outside the urban boundaries seeking expansions, and so there was a very large record of those submissions that they could point to when the matter came to the Ontario Municipal Board. I'm not aware of that kind of voluminous record that occurs with respect to people seeking village expansions for the other 25 villages.
Thank you.
Okay, yeas and nays on this motion.
Councillor Hume.
Expansion.
No.
Conseiller Fleury.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko.
No.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
Councillor Hobbs.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Holmes.
No.
Conseiller Blais.
Oui.
Conseiller Manette.
Yes.
Councillor Caudry.
No.
Conseiller DeRoche.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor McCrae.
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Blois.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor Wilkinson.
No.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Clark.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
7 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, that's lost. Next, we have a Blais Thompson motion again that staff does support. So, Councillor Blais, if you'd like to introduce this is regarding village boundaries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This would direct staff to conduct a review of large, medium villages as well as the village of Sarsfield, and that for the potential for expansion, or I suppose reduction if that was their pleasure, and to report back for the next comprehensive official plan review.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Blais. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wonder if my colleague will accept friendly amendment to include the village of Constance Bay for the next round with the... I sold the restaurant 3 years, Councillor, so you don't have to tell me that anymore.
All right, so Councillor Blais agrees with that as a friendly amendment. Seconder, Councillor El-Shantiri.
Councillor Blais.
Okay. Okay, so on the motion, carried. Thank you. Dissent? No. Next is a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Blais, with respect to development adjacent to mineral aggregates, and staff supports this. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and that's good news because I've sure taken a whipping today. But this is I have to give credit to a group from Metcalf who have been working in regard to the mineral aggregate review, and one of the members is here today, and I think that this goes a long way, and I appreciate staff's recognition of that. I think this goes a long way to addressing a number of concerns that have been raised about the development adjacent to mineral aggregate areas. I know that the mineral aggregate study has responded to and respected the concerns raised by a number of residents across the rural areas, which are home to the vast majority of our aggregate holdings. And so with this one, I think it certainly makes people in the rural areas and those especially close to properties that might become zoned aggregate or are already, that this will ensure, at least for 5 years, some peace and tranquility. So I appreciate city staff support, and I would hope that my colleagues would give me their support today.
Okay. On the motion? Carried. Congratulations, Councillor. Next is a motion by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Hughley, with respect to Canada North Business Park. This is a revised motion. Staff supports it. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This relates to the height elevations in the Canada North and Canada South business parks, which were going to be severely restricted, and the business community is concerned about this, so staff have agreed that we can take a look at this through a secondary plan rather than doing this blanket way of doing it. And so this would keep things as they are while this study is underway. It should be finished by no later than 2015. So the motion is that the official plan be amended by exempting the Canada North Business Park and the Canada South Business Park from Policy 30, Section 2.2.2 and Policy 3 and Section 3.6.5 with respect to any height limitations, so that planning and growth management can bring back a secondary plan and zoning bylaw amendment specific to these business parks by 2015. I don't think you need any explanation.
Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, second by Councillor Hughley. Carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Next is item number 12, which is moved by Councillor Blois, seconded by Councillor Manette, and it is supported by staff. Councillor Blois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has to do with the mixed-use centers, in particular out in the employment areas out in Orleans, and we're always trying to walk a fine line between preserving employment lands and trying to stimulate employment. So I think this one actually achieves that, and I'll read out the relevant parts. Whereas a community design plan has been initiated for the mixed-use center identified in Schedule B of the official plan located east and west of Mayor Bleu and south of Innis, and whereas the above noted MUC designation was based on a 400-meter radius from the future rapid transit stations, but current policy supports 600 meters radius, 800-meter walking distance from a rapid transit station, and whereas a community design plan and accompanying secondary plan will be completed well before the next OP review, be it resolved the following changes be made to Volume 1 of the official plan in Document 1, amend Sections 3.6.2, Policy 7 by adding the subsection that reads, notwithstanding the designation of the mixed-use center on Schedule B, the boundary of the mixed-use center may be expanded at the next employment land review to encompass part of the surrounding employment area. This expansion must be supported by the findings of the proposed employment land study and the secondary planning exercise for the community design plan, where it can be demonstrated that the employment targets for the existing employment area and the mixed-use center respectively will be achieved. And the key is a condition in there that the employment targets will be achieved or would be achieved, and it's all a matter of timing. I think about 3 years ago we put this community design plan in the work plan. We just haven't moved forward, and of course suddenly we're doing an official plan review and trying to get it all to mesh so that it doesn't have to wait another 5 years if there's an opportunity to move forward here. So, and I do understand that staff supports this.
That's correct, Councillor. Councillor Blais, please.
Sorry, it was just a question for clarification. These are the lands that have frontage on Innis Road, partial frontage on Innis Road.
Sorry, can you speak up, Councillor?
Sorry, are these the lands that have partial frontage on Innis?
That's right. Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, these are the lands that are in the CDP boundary for the kidney, the CDP study that's taking place.
Okay, so we have before us Councillor Blois's motion, seconded by Councillor Manette. Carried. Item number 13 is also a revised motion, moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Caudry. The lands within the Canada West area bounded by Didsbury Road to the east, Highway 417 to the south, and the Carp River Corridor to the west. So this is revised and it's supported by staff. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't read all the whereases, but this is an area which is actually under just been serviced, and so it's under actual development right now, and the change of the designation right now is a bit confusing. So staff have agreed that they can take a look at how this best thing you designated in the employment lands review rather than making that change right now, which would cause some of the things which are actually in progress to be run into difficulties and could lead us to appeals and various other things which we really don't need. So this is an area where there will be a transit station in these lands when the extension of the transitway is done, and it has the and there's currently it's adjacent to the mixed-use center and town center in the official plan. So it's resolved that the subject lands remain enterprise area, and staff be directed to include a review of this area in the employment lands review to be undertaken in the next term of council.
Okay, so Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Caudry. On the motion, carried. Thank you. Next, we have a motion by Councillor Harder, seconded by Councillor Hume, which is staff supported. Councillor Harder, if you'd like to introduce this, it's Advancing Employment Land Study.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back in the when we were working at Planning Committee on the official plan, several groups or organizations came forward to talk about the employment study and the fact that even though on paper it says that we did a review back in 2008 or such, 2006 perhaps, we actually didn't. And what we have before us today are previous townships and cities that had determined their own employment lands vis-a-vis where they expected that they would grow. And so therefore we have quite a hodgepodge. It doesn't make a lot of sense of where the city's going. We just approved the Transportation Master Plan. We know where we're going vis-a-vis our transportation. We know we've added the piece in the omnibus motion about the 400 series highway. We have approved transit-oriented development, and yet we don't have figures attached for employment to those areas. This is a very important piece of work, and yet we don't have the money, and we won't have the money until 2015 to do it. So what I did last week is I spoke to, as a follow-up to my challenge at the Planning Committee meeting, where I said that perhaps the industry would be interested in financing to move that important employment strategy study forward to 2014. And then I followed that up, Mr. Mayor, by speaking to some of the representatives last week, and in fact they have agreed. So this motion says that staff are going to go out and do it, but I've already done it. So I hope that everyone will support it. I would also say that I do have two motions coming forward that where the work has been done on those studies already, so I'll be dealing with those separately. But this is, make no mistake about it, for the future of this city, this is a key piece that we haven't done in the past, and time has come, and we have an opportunity to do it with the support of our development industry. Thank you.
Okay, and my understanding is that this is dependent on budget approval tomorrow.
That's right.
Because the treasurer has recommended citywide reserve, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct? Okay. So on Councillor Harder and Hume's motion, carried. All right, the next few are going to be a little bit more challenging because we have some referral motions. So we have Councillor Harder and Caudry have a motion with respect to Riverside South. And Councillor Harder and Caudry have a motion entitled Tartan Motion Revised Wording. And I'm going to ask Councillor Harder to introduce those two. And then we have a deferral motion from Councillor DeRush and Hume on both of these items. So Councillor Harder, if you'd introduce the two motions, 15 and 16, please.
Thank you. When we had the Planning Committee debate on the official plan, we heard from representatives of actually several landowners. In particular, though, we heard from Pierre Dufresne from Tartan and Mary Jarvis from Urbandale, who spoke to the uniqueness of the land that they are developing. And and to the employment base that's there, but is not counted as part of the employment base, which is directly connected to the properties that they represent. So even the study that was just approved, the study's not going to change a thing with regard to these. The work's already been done. The employment numbers for, I think, the Leitrim lands will drop from 23 to 20. The next highest in the entire city right now to have that kind of capacity are the Riverside South lands at 18, way above what the need is for employment lands vis-a-vis their mix with residential. The fact is, though, that the study is going to will recommend limits to growth. It's not going to recommend at any time, this study that we have just approved, growth at the airport or to the base. It's not going to do that. So what we have is we've got over 1,000 people in one place. We've got over 800 in another, and we're not giving that percentage credit anywhere. So this study that we're going to do, Mr. Mayor, will not change this fact. These two pieces are unique as far as employment lands go. And so that's why I have the motions before you, and I hope that you'll support it. Thank you.
Okay, so if you talked to the Tartan motion, it's in essence the same principle?
Sorry, I talked to the two of them combined because both of them will not change in any way with any kind of a study, because that work's already been done.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure you dealt with them both, because now Councillor DeRush, seconded by Councillor Hume, has a deferral motion on this item, which is item number 17. If Councillor DeRush can introduce his deferral motion, which takes precedent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to move this motion because as the ward councillor for the area that is implicated by these two motions, I do have some nervousness. When I was elected in 2006, I was fortunate to have two communities that had already had CDPs that were approved by council. So I'll credit the work of Councillor Deans, who led the charge to shape the Leitrim CDP as well as Riverside South. And I think, by and large, over the last 7 years, we have had a very positive rollout of this CDP, and I think it has been an example of the city and the developer working together. One of the other things I learned when I was first elected is you have to be very careful when it comes to employment lands, because once you lose them, it is very, very hard to get them back, if not impossible. So I'm concerned that in these two cases that staff are not recommending that we proceed. This is what's causing my nervousness, that I would rather have the report that will deal with the viability of lands, that will look at the overall supply, and I think shed greater light on what would be the prudent steps in this particular part of the city, because certainly we want to build a community that is well-rounded, that has jobs, that has retail, and that has residential. And if I talk to residents, they're very concerned because we have not seen the activation of the employment lands in Riverside South or Leitrim at this point in time. So my preference as the ward councillor would be to have these motions considered as part of the study that we're going to undertake, so that I can go back to the community and say that we've looked at this in an informed way, and if we are going to make some changes, that we've looked at the big picture. Thank you.
Okay, just for clarification, it's a referral, not a deferral. So Councillor DeRush is moving referral, seconded by Councillor Hume, of Councillor Harder and Caudry's motions. Yeas and nays.
Councillor Hume?
Yes.
Councillor Fleury?
Oui.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Hobbs?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Taylor?
No.
Councillor Holmes?
Yes.
Conseiller Blais?
No.
Conseiller Manette?
Yes.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Conseiller DeRoche?
Wait.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor McCrae?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
No.
Councillor Deans? No. Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Clark?
Yes.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
15 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay. The last motion that I have is moved by Councillor Blois, seconded by Councillor Manette, extension of the Innes Road arterial Main Street designation and redesignation of the subject property. This is not supported by staff. Councillor Blois, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this deals again with some employment lands in a similar area to what the previous motion was. And of course, as I said earlier, there's this tricky balancing act between trying to preserve employment, trying to meet employment targets, and trying to kickstart some of the jobs that are missing. And so I'll read part of it and I'll give a quick explanation. So it talks about the 5-year review of the official plan for an arterial Main Street designation on Innes Road that ends mid-block in a mid-block location, does not extend to Paget Road, and this would complete the Innes Road street segment, whereas the land designation of employment area on the subject property provided by the 5-year review of the official plan has existed for many years, has not resulted in employment-related development. It's anticipated to keep the land vacant indefinitely, whereas the enterprise area designation has proven to be successful at attracting employment in other parts of Ottawa and Orleans. It's deemed desirable for the subject property to facilitate the achievement of job targets, whereas the enterprise area designation in the official plan is intended to allow for a high concentration of jobs and protect employment lands, and whereas the owner is committed to working with the Economic Development Group at the City of Ottawa to find high employment uses for the site, be it resolved that an amendment to Schedule B of the urban policy plan of the official plan to extend the arterial Main Street designation along Innes Road to the intersection of Innes Road and Paget Road, an amendment to Schedule B of the urban policy plan to change the land use designation of the subject property from employment area to enterprise area, and the following proviso that before any residential development would be permitted, a minimum of 2,000 jobs must be achieved on the land designated enterprise area. As an explanation, the early or the first phase of the employment study that was conducted a number of years ago, and I don't know if it was 2008, 2009, certainly indicated that not all employment lands were created equal, and I hope people up there don't cringe that may have some interest in this land, but this land certainly doesn't show up very high or very well on in terms of the status of employment lands or potential for employment lands. The other thing that's happened along Innes Road is the only real development and the kind of jobs maybe aren't always the jobs that we want, but has happened where we changed the designation along Innes to a Main Street arterial designation, and that actually has developed. So there's a piece missing. It's like a tooth out of the road. The whole issue is to put conditions on here that to try and kickstart or facilitate the creation of jobs. And I think it's the third proviso or the third clause that's really the vital one. It's that it really ties the job targets to this change. And it talks about 2,000 jobs, and I think that's the one that staff identified. I think staff took the per hectare target figure and extended it to the property, and that would equate to about 2,000 jobs. Now, I realize the motion that Councillor Harder brought forward moves the employment study along, and that could influence it. But in the meantime, I think this provision alone, I think, is a sufficient assurance in terms of how this land would develop, and it would still protect the property for jobs. So I know staff isn't necessarily supporting this, but I hope the majority of council will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blais, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to echo the comments by Councillor Blois, it's also important to note, I think, that on the frontage of Innes Road, there are some buildings that this would compensate or it would It's a form of redevelopment for these properties, which will liven up the street, provide more jobs in Orleans, and allow for a better integration. For those of you who don't know, this is adjacent to the Builders Warehouse site, so there is already significant commercial development along Innes Road, and this would simply fill out the this would simply round out that enterprise or business area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hume, please.
Mr. Mayor, maybe we can have a comment from staff on this, because it's a little. This one is late to the game, so we really don't have a good, strong response either way. And I think it's fair. All the other motions have. So, I mean, if we could have a staff response, that would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, through you, yes, this is definitely a last-minute entry, but to speak to the two parts of this motion, the arterial Main Street designation, staff could look and review and assess that. The designation of an arterial Main Street does not need to take place as part of a comprehensive review of the official plan, so we could take direction to go and review that, and if it is deemed appropriate and feasible, then we could come back with that designation. And certainly it would be staff's preference at this point in time that we look at the employment lands from a comprehensive perspective. So our preference, again, with this one would be to roll that into that comprehensive review of the employment lands going forward.
So just one more question, which I think is germane. That the shift from employment area to enterprise area, employment area currently doesn't allow a residential component. And as soon as you introduce the enterprise area, you introduce a residential component. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, and there is some, as Councillor Blois has pointed out, we do have some performance criteria in this motion that would be guaranteeing a minimum of 2,000 jobs.
Right, but where we kept the employment, the enterprise area designation in Councillor Manette's ward, we got a guarantee that the jobs would come first and then the development. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
So, I mean, Mr. Mayor, this sounds really interesting, and the employment area designation, you know, some of the other ones that have been done have been quite thoroughly researched. Councillor Manette, and bring forward the North Service Road run, met both of our goals. Now, this may very well meet both of our goals. It's hard to know at this point in time and on the floor. I mean, if you wanted to explore this this more, you would split it up and you would say, item number one, you know, go back and look at it and bring back the designation to Planning Committee, and is it Planning Committee or Transportation Committee? I'm not sure for them. Planning Committee at some time in the near future, and then say, you know, subject these lands to the same designation, to the same strategic review that you're subjecting the lands that we've just dealt with. And I mean, that's a way forward, Councillor. I don't know if that's acceptable, but that would be what I would say. And failing that, Mr. Mayor, I'd encourage them to vote against this motion.
I'm wondering if there's support, Councillor Blois and Hume, for a referral of this similar to what Councillor DeRush did with the employment land study. Would that be something you'd support, Councillor Blois? Because my sense is that because this has come at the last minute, it may have a greater chance of having a more thorough look as what Councillor Monette had done with his lands. Is that something that you would agree to? Can we get Councillor Blois's microphone on, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Hume. Just to correct the impression about the, that this is last minute, the delegation had presented at Planning Committee and had made their point, and it has evolved. And so what's considered last minute is, I think it's evolved over time in discussions with various parties, and this seemed to be the optimum way to go at this point. The other thing is the condition here is very similar to what Councillor Manette had brought forward and had been worked out with staff, that the guarantee of jobs or the assurance of jobs is the primary factor here. In other words, without the jobs, the rest doesn't happen. And I think that's why Councillor Manette felt comfortable enough to second the motion. That he, otherwise, I think his concern was that if it was the other way around, he wouldn't be supporting the motion. I don't mind the split, but I'm just looking at where the study goes, and we've had a previous employment study, or at least phase one of that study. And I think what the concern is that we basically tie this up for another 5 years. And I guess the land is great as a golf driving range. It is not necessarily great as, and which doesn't employ very many people, by the way. It's not necessarily great as just a pure employment area. And it's at the fringe. There are other things happening in the area. I think that influences both the Main Street arterial designation and also what kind of employment would happen. I'm sort of in a quandary here, because at the one hand I do understand what both you and Councillor Hume are suggesting, but at the same time I don't want to see it sort of get lost in, and don't take this the wrong way, but in a black hole of another study when we had stage one or phase one of the study that already, I think, gave us the answer of what this land was good for.
Well, I'm wondering if we could get some reassurance from staff that because some of the work has been done on this is not going to go to the bottom of the pile. I'm just trying to find a solution. Given the voting pattern over the last hour or so, I'm not sure if the support is there, but I don't want to have the item killed. So if staff could give us some assurance that if we refer this into the employment lands study, and it will come back at a reasonable time.
Mr. Mayor, through you, yes, staff is committed to bring forward this report pending resource and funding for this study. If that's in play and we're able to begin in 2014, then we are targeting Q1 of 2015 to bring back the results of that study.
Okay. Councillor Hume?
Just to make sure, Councillor Blows, if the applicant was to come forward and say, look, I'll do exactly what Brazil is doing on the North Service Road, which is it's not only the designation of the jobs, it's that the jobs come first. I mean, that's a very different discussion and would not take as long to review. And I just want to, because I think that's, and I understand where you're coming from that perspective. Would that be the case?
Yes.
Okay.
In this motion, it's stating that the residential development could not go forward until the minimum of 2,000 jobs is achieved first.
Well, that's not what that says, but therefore be it resolved says.
Yeah, I think the Deputy Clerk,
Number 3,
has a suggestion.
It must be achieved.
It's the same thing.
Councillor Hume,
no.
There's a suggestion by...
So if it's the same thing as... If it's the same thing as Brazil, Mr. Mayor, maybe... Rather than lose this, is there a way we can figure out if this works? Because we did support Brazil, and we could...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could remove the arterial Main Street, we would like to study that. If you wanted to amend the motion.
So if you were to split it, refer the arterial Main Street to come back to committee, what would your position be on the balance of the lands?
Staff would be pleased to accept that as with the guarantee of the minimum 2,000 jobs.
Okay, there you go.
Councillor Blois, is that acceptable? So, okay. Councillor Hume, do you have the wording that...
They're working on the wording right now.
All right.
So I don't think it needs wording.
So, well, we've got to have wording for a motion. So while we're waiting for that...
You're right, Mr. Mayor. You got to refer item someone.
Are there, just while we're waiting for that, are there any other motions that people... Councillor Harder?
I have a question as to why we're going to do this when we're talking about employment area. Why would it not be referred to the study that I advanced? What makes this different? More work's been done on the other two, so I'm asking the question. What makes this different? Anybody? Why would this not be referred to the employment study, which I've found the funding for, and it's been advanced? Hopefully, if we vote on it tomorrow.
Well, I think we're just trying to find the wording for a motion that Councillor Hume is comfortable with. Otherwise, if we can't, I'm with you, and I agree that it should be referred to that study. But if there seems to be a friendly amendment, we'll just give the Deputy Clerk a minute or two, so we'll hold off for a moment. So I think...
Would we not be... Would we... not have the opportunity then to have done a friendly amendment of the same type? I just think if we're going to treat everybody the same with regard to employment lands,
Well, you're
the same
entitled to move
argument
that
holds
motion.
true.
You can move that motion if you'd like. Councillor Monette, is it a question to staff because they're working on the motion?
Yes, interesting question.
Okay,
If
go
we go
ahead.
through this process, does that mean that they have to go through the official plan amendment again, or they would? Yep.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Monette. Councillor Moffat, please.
I just noticed nobody was answering Councillor Harder's question. The difference between this one and the other one is that this one guarantees jobs. That's it. It's just a simple guarantee of the 2,000 jobs. I'm just saying, you asked what the difference was. I just told you.
Okay, so Councillor Hume, do you have, where is our deputy clerk gone? All right, so if we just, we'll just hold for just a moment or two until we get the deputy clerk back to Councillor Hume. Okay, our deputy clerk has worked another miracle. So there she is.
So what we're going to do.
Okay, so Councillor Blois has amended the motion, and I'll just read it out for the benefit of all. Therefore, be it resolved, the same whereas is that City Council approve the following. One, refer an amendment, refer the following issue for a report to Planning Committee. And number two, is the same wording, an amendment to Schedule B Urban Policy Plan to change the land use designation of the subject property from employment area to enterprise area on the condition that before residential development will be permitted, a minimum of 2,000 jobs must be achieved on the land designated enterprise area. Does that capture it, Councillor Blois?
The clerk meant for me to say.
All right, so the first item is referring item number one to staff for a report back to Planning Committee. Carried. And the second item is, as I read out, and the change is on the condition that before residential development, etc. Carried? All right. Dissent by Councillor Harder. Did I hear? And Councillor Eggline. Okay. Now back to the committee recommendations as amended. We have the four items and the proviso that it be included as amended for all the motions that did pass. Item number one, adopt the amendment to Volume 1 and Volume 2 of the OP presented in Document 1 and direct staff to prepare a bylaw and other documents for council approval and submission to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Carried. Item number two, receive the background reports in support of the amendment, namely the update to Comparative Municipal Fiscal Impact Analysis 2013, Document 2, the City of Ottawa Employment Land Study 2012 Update, Document 3, and the Bedrock Mineral Aggregate Resource Designations, Document 4. Carried. Item number 3, approve the position that there is sufficient land in villages and other rural area for residential employment and other non-residential and non-employment uses to meet the city's needs to 2031, and there's no need to amend village boundaries for any purposes. Carried. And number 4, direct staff to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw in order to implement the new policies proposed in this official plan as priority in the 2014 work program for the Planning and Growth Management Department. Carried? Carried. Councillor Tierney has a point of order.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I know there's been a lot of great work done today, and I'm hoping I can have the will of council today. For a 27-minute period today, I did have to have a meeting on work-related business with the MP on the Hill, Pierre Lemieux. And unfortunately, even though it's purely ceremonial at this point, there was a 23-0 vote on the Transportation Master Plan. I'm hoping I can have my vote added to that record after going to so many meetings in the east end of the city and etc. I'll take the yes on that. Thank you very much.
Is it the will of council? Agreed? Agreed. So we'll correct the record to include Councillor Tierney as supportive of the TMP. Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Motion to adopt reports. Councillor Blais and Hubley, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Blois.
Mr. Mayor, I know earlier on that we sort of did accolades all around, and there's a corner over there behind the pillar, and they always hang their head down. But I think they sometimes get forgotten in this, and I know they were inundating us late last night, and I think Don's already disappeared, and the rest of the gang. They inundate us late into the night and early in the morning with revised motions, and I think if we didn't recognize them, we'd be remiss here, especially those of us who fire late motions over and hope somebody fixes them. So, thank you.
Yeah, that's very, very well pointed. Of course, to our planning staff as well, and our legal staff, and the clerk's office, and our deputy clerk. As you know, our clerk is ill today and not able to be here, but certainly the whole clerk's office are to be commended, and that's well taken. Thank you all very much. Merci beaucoup. Councillor Blais, please.
That Transportation Committee Report 33 and Planning Committee Report 59 be received and adopted as amended.
Carried. Confirmation bylaw. Councillor Blais.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of 26 November 2013.
Adopté. Carried. I would remind members of council that they're to get any motions on the budget into the clerk's office before 5 o'clock today, so the clerk and the finance office have time to analyze them. Are there any written inquiries, Madam Deputy Clerk? Adjournment, Councillor Blais, please, and Hubley.
That the proceedings of City Council meeting of 26 November 2013 be adjourned.
Carried. Thank you all very much. Very good meeting. Appreciate your support.